All right. Good morning and welcome to Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for September the 28th, 2021. By way of reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. It is 9 o'clock and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we're all here, we don't need a motion to have anybody Zoom in today, so that's good. Looking to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. We have the item number 3, adoption of meeting minutes from the regular council meeting of September the 14th, 2021. Councillor Lougheed.
I would have one comment around section 13. I believe the 13.2 where it refers to a 100-day review probably should be amended to just a discussion.
Okay, I see it's on 13.2, it's listed twice in there, so you're looking to just strike the CAO 100-day review and just leave it as verbal discussion?
Yes.
Okay, any questions? So we would look to have that as to accept the meetings minutes as amended.
If you could clarify that for me, please, which item?
13.2.
13.2?
Yes, it's on page 7 of 110.
I'm showing it as item 10.1.
It's in the minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion would be to accept the meeting minutes as amended. Councillor Lougheed, those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to item 4.1, Rural Transit Solutions Fund. Mr. Martinson.
Good morning, Council. Our first item today is to discuss an opportunity that we've been able to discuss with community partners and leaders regarding a Rural Transit Solution Fund, which is a federal grant focusing on providing grant funding specifically for an initial study and then capital investment only for future transit projects, again, specifically for rural, northern, or otherwise sort of isolated communities, which typically we would qualify as, even though we don't think of ourselves as overly isolated. When you compare us to a city metropolitan area, then we obviously are. So unfortunately, it snuck up on us a little bit, so the timelines are a bit tight. But when we met recently with the Clearwater Regional Housing Authority and the Mountain Rose Women's Shelter representatives, there was a lot of passion and desire to look at this issue. There's been countless studies and meetings and groups that we've been a part of throughout the community that has identified transportation within the region as an issue for sure amongst more vulnerable populations. And so, I think administration definitely sees the potential for a solution here, and this is an opportunity to have the federal government pay for a study to look at solutions, also look at the problem, and potential solutions, but it also hopefully will bring more players in the mix, and there's a lot of players in the social services here locally and regionally. And they admit there's a lot of siloing, of course, because they have a little bit of niche services, but they're all sort of linked together with transportation, and that's why it's sort of a common issue. And I guess that's a really nondescript terminology, because there's a lot of different transportation, you know, whether we're in amongst one small part of the region, or we're linking all of our region, or we're going outside of our region. All these things would be looked at, and I think it would be specifically focused more from the vulnerable perspective. But as I mentioned, this fund only covers capital and studies, so ongoing operating would have to be figured out here locally, whether that was some sort of user pay or subsidy or grant funding, or a combination of that. That would have to be something that we figured out, and that part of the study would have to identify that. And so, you know, and that's where maybe potential look at including an economic development function, as well as supporting vulnerable folks. The, you know, trip out to Nordegg could help pay the way for a trip from Leslieville into the local hospital. You know, and that was sort of discussed at the meeting at a very high level. So first and foremost, certainly, you know, the vulnerable folks that need transportation, that can't get transportation, whether it be for certain medical appointments, but also just to get to do their insurance. And so we do have some services here locally through West Country Family Services that we help fund. And then we also provide funding to certain seniors transportation groups. Those are great services and certainly utilized, but they're very pointed. So the West Country Family Services, that's really only from a medical appointment. If you also, you know, absolutely need to pay a bill or do something else, that's certainly not something that they're gonna allow you to do. They won't stop at the insurance place or take you to grab groceries, sort of thing. And so, you know, certainly medical appointments are super, super important, but you gotta get groceries, gotta pay insurance, and gotta do some of these other things as well. And so I was a little bit surprised, you know, and that's why it's nice to talk with the folks that are out there on the ground. You know, there's more people than we think that are living in Caroline, Leslieville, Condor without consistent transportation because of the affordability. You know, and that did make sense when it was explained to me. There's an awful lot of more affordable properties in some of our sort of outlying regions, be it Alhambra, Ferry, or the mobile home parks in Ferry are a great example of that. You know, and you just don't walk to Rocky from Ferrier. So that made a lot of sense to me. You know, and I think this might be a way to maybe, you know, link our community better, because I think a strong community has those types of links, you know, figuratively and sort of specifically. So that was sort of the philosophy that the meeting took when we met with these community leaders that are sort of bringing this to our attention. So the first step of the grant doesn't lock us into any ongoing operating costs. It's just a study, look at the situation, see if we can, you know, do something about it, and then if we qualify after the first step, we could make a capital grant application, and whether that is develop software so that a volunteer sort of Uber, you know, where volunteers can get linked with folks. That was sort of an example. You know, everybody thinks, oh, we're buying buses. You know, maybe that could be a solution, but another solution could be just making linkages with what we have here in the community now. And we know that some of the challenges for some of the services we provide now is getting drivers. So we see all the time that the West Country Family Services van is seeking volunteer drivers, and it's not anybody that's, you know, that's driven something hops in that. You know, obviously there's training and requirements and licensing. So you know, maybe the solution is to better subsidize that. But I think, you know, hearing the groups themselves say that they're sort of siloed themselves and not having the capacity to sort of bring themselves together, I think, if anything, a bit of a grant to bring us together and talk about it and find solutions that, you know, whatever they might be, would be a great step. And from what we understand, if we decide that no further steps happen after the study, that's also fine as well. So we're not really locking ourselves into anything too severe, I don't think, but it, you know, it'll certainly take some staff time as far as help coordinating this. And there needs to be a municipal partner for a not-for-profit to apply. They need to be sort of connected to a municipal partner. I think that's everything I wanted to share about this item, but I'd certainly be open to any questions.
All right, questions or comments? Councillor Lang?
Matt, when you were talking with Cindy Easton from the Mountain Rose Women's Shelter, was the senior needs coordinator also there? That'd be Arlene Como, 'cause she presented to the senior housing committee, and she has quite a lot of in-depth detail about the needs for transportation.
Yeah, and specifically the meeting did not include Mrs. Como, but we definitely have seen the information that, you know, she has, and it's definitely great info. And what she's done is she's really gathered up a lot of the info from different studies that have been done, you know, and sort of organized it very well. So yeah, she's certainly involved, you know, very much so in the background, and but not specifically at the meeting. Okay. But that sort of gives you the sense of where the Mountain Rose group is coming from. You know, we look at them and say, well, they provide, you know, brick and mortar and safe housing, which is very true, but that's just one component of the service. That needs to be linked to the other support that their clientele need to access to be able to thrive in our community.
Other questions or comments? I do recall when the senior needs assessment was done that transportation was one of the top three, if not closer to top one or two. So having a follow-up feasibility study on what our options are, and then you know, somehow in the terms of reference, figuring forward if that's if there's a plan on how to, you know, figure out the capital if that's required, and ongoing operational costs. I think that this is, personally, I think it's overdue. We need to do this. We've had it identified in another study that says that this is the way forward. I think it's important for us to understand what our options are for our community. Other thoughts or comments? So my understanding is that the town has been asked this as well. Is there, we don't want to double down, or are we doubling down? Are we both supporting this, or is this just us as the county?
So for the short term, it would be just the county putting our support behind it to ensure that the October 6th deadline or early October deadline is met. But sort of some of administration's questions or concerns, I guess, when we met with this group was, where's everybody else and how do we get them involved? Because there's an awful lot of folks that weren't at the meeting, and they agreed, you know, it's certainly going to take a lot more, and they sort of pointed out that the study would include everybody, but A, because of the short timeline, and just B, in order to sort of get the inertia to get something going, sometimes a couple of groups just have to soldier on. And I think we're seeing this in other areas of how community and social services are being developed out. But it would be our intent as sort of the leader or the umbrella group of the grant to make sure that the community is thoroughly consulted, whatever that looks like, whatever groups need to be invited or are invited, and that we have a robust group. Also, you know, so the town would potentially play a a role if they wanted to be involved, in the sense that, you know, they may wanna see certain links made within their community. You know, if, obviously the county's desire would be to get links out regionally, within our community, but there's also 3 First Nations communities
Exactly.
that might want to be involved in this as well. And so all that was discussed and you know, we wanted to make sure that the groups were open to this potentially being an entire region, as we sort of understand it, and very much so. But in order to get the ball rolling and get a project rolling, you know, this would have to be sort of the initial phase, and then ultimately those sort of offers would be made, and whoever wants to come on board, I would hope would be, certainly by the county, would be open to come, if they wished.
Well, I certainly see this as an opportunity to show leadership and support the champions who are in our community who are moving this thing forward. So I will be supporting this. Councillor Lang?
I was just going to put forth a motion as recommended from administration or staff to support putting an application in for this funding.
Councillor Lougheed?
Yeah, and I think very quickly, part of my question had already been answered relating to our First Nations and if they had been part of this process as well. One other question is the capital portion or the capital cost portion of this, have they indicated a deadline for that program?
So it was a 5-year program announced last year. So it's our understanding, I think, late 2023, early 2024 would be the final sort of deadline for applications. And so that's in the community group's mind, and we agreed that that's sort of why it was a bit fundamental to get the study rolling now, so that we could potentially, if we needed, or if the study, you know, showed a strong need for service, that we could submit a capital grant next year. You know, we've talked a lot about being shovel ready in this room, and I think this would be an example of trying to be shovel ready to get our hands on some federal funding that feels like it's earmarked for communities like ours.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the table. Everybody understand the motion? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Martinson. I look forward to seeing what comes back. That brings us to 4.2, Parkland Regional Library Proposed Budget.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Our second item is the sort of reoccurring service that we're a part of, the regional service for libraries. And as the item outlines, this has been a long-standing regional library system centered out of Central Alberta since 1959. And essentially it's the programming wing of the regional library. So they provide the books and they provide programming and in events and training, but they do not pay for the brick and mortar and staff part of the libraries. That's dealt with in a separate part of council's budget and through a separate process. And of course, our libraries are regionalized with the municipalities that are closest. So our, you know, regional library in Rocky and library or in Caroline. The item outlines that the budget ask for this year is the same as it was previous years. So the group has sort of held their budget steady again for this year, and also pointed out in the agenda item is that we have to sort of approve or not approve by the deadline, so that the regional process can kind of make its way through, and that all municipalities can be prepared for the budget process this fall. Councillor Lougheed is council's representative to the Parkland Regional Library Board, so I'd maybe just provide Councillor Lougheed an opportunity. Council does participate more with the regional library than administration does, so it might be fair for Councillor Lougheed to weigh in on this too.
All right, before we weigh in, perhaps Councillor Lougheed, you might be of interest in making the staff recommendation that council can, for a motion that council considers the proposed 2022 Parkland Regional Library budget for approval, and then we can move on to discussion. Councillor Lougheed.
Motion as per staff recommendation. And I can make the comment that they need to have about 60% of the participating municipalities in agreement with the budget before they can actually move forward. They've held the line in the last 3 years on the budget. And I think there's certainly value. We tend to get about a 4-to-1 return for our investment from the Parkland Regional Library. So they've had a shift, of course, with their activities through COVID, and it's been more E-type or electronic type activities, but they still have over 700,000 individual items in their library system here, and we benefit from those definitely.
All right. Other questions or comments relating to the motion that council approves the 2022 Parkland Regional Library budget as presented? Councillor Duncan?
Just one question for Councillor Lougheed, and I think based on the budget, things are probably static, but are we losing any members there or gaining any members? Is it being, at one time there were some members lost.
I think it's from my experience, it's been pretty static. Of course, we haven't met on a person-to-person basis now for almost 2 years, but definitely the virtual attendance is very well. You know, there's a great virtual attendance at these. It seems to be a high priority in many communities. So I think I could safely say that the membership is still stable.
Good, thank you.
All right. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried. Just by way of notice for staff, I sit on the Rocky Library Board, and they have their budget completed as well. So I'll be passing this along to CAO Reid, and they have an increase of 1.5%. They tried to keep it down, but they're trying to make up for lost ground in the last few years, especially given the last number of months with the COVID challenges, etc. And they had been kind of peeling back materials and supplies to try to make up the difference while they were getting staff salaries up to where they needed to be at par. So I'll pass that along as well as part of the budget process. I just thought I'd kind of cram that in right there. That then takes us to, so thank you, Mr. Martinson, that was great. That takes us to Planning and Development, 5.1 Municipal Development Plan. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I see you here with your smiling face, ready to tell us all about where we are so far.
Thank you.
And
good morning,
you brought
Council.
Mr. Beeson.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Council. So over the last several months, staff in Parkland Community Planning Services worked with the Municipal Development Plan Steering Committee, being Council, in updating the MDP. A large portion of this update included a public consultation process, which in this case took the form of 8 virtual open houses conducted between January and February of this year. And then 10 in-person open houses were also held in June 2021. Attached to the report are general summaries of the comments received from the public. All original comments, including the names and contact details, were provided to council on a separate cover. Thank you.
All right. So what we have for a staff recommendation is that council receives the Municipal Development Plan Public Engagement Summary Report 2021 for information as presented. So if somebody'd like to make that motion, then we'll move on to discussions.
I'll make that motion.
All right. So questions or comments? Well, I actually have one then, while everybody thinks on that a little bit, is what was done, I understand that we did public consultation in February virtual, 8 of them, I believe it was, you just said, and 10 in-person ones in June. Did we do other consultation, mail-outs, anything like that? Did we do surveys? I think it'd be good for us to have kind of an idea. It's too bad we didn't have a summary, but I know we've been at this a little while. Perhaps you could give us just a little bit more about all the things we did.
Maybe I can start and then Dustin can help me with that. So originally what we did, we circulated the comments, we requested comments from agencies, being Alberta Transportation, Alberta Environment, Municipal Affairs, adjacent municipalities. And from there, we created a discussion paper. And that discussion paper highlighted all the changes and the new information that we had been having over the last, 10, 12 years since the plan was adopted. And from there, we had several meetings with the steering committee and hashing out or maybe identifying the gaps of what needed to be improved based on those original comments in the discussion paper. From there, we created a basic draft with some topics, and that's what was circulated to the public in the form of newsletters, our radio ads, newspaper ads, and maybe you want to expand on that, Dustin.
Mr. Beeson?
So we really, I guess we sent out those newsletters back in, I believe it was late August of last year, for members of the public to review to see what kind of was being drafted by the steering committee. The newspaper and radio ads that we published just basically directed people to our website online where they could see those proposed changes as well. I'm not sure if there's anything else really to add to that. Or?
It was a challenging process given COVID and all the restrictions that we had, but we really tried to reach out to the public, being virtually in person. We also had phone calls available. Letters were submitted, emails. So we tried to really open up the process to try to reach out as many members of the public as we could.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lang?
I'm just curious, how many members of the public actually reached out, like whether phone call, email, online, like what was the number, couple hundred, couple thousand?
I believe, if I recall correctly, and then correct me if I'm wrong, we got over 100 letters, 100 submissions, written submissions were received. And then on average, we had about 30 to 35 people attending the open houses, virtually or in person. So we had well-attended sessions.
Yeah, if I can just expand on that maybe a little bit, I would agree with Jose. Just kind of a rough, to give you a rough estimate, we've heard from approximately right around that 350 number for residents, I think.
Yeah, if I could also add to that. And we had also used social media, being Facebook and Twitter. YouTube. And I think we reached over 1,000 people. Yeah, from that method.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Did you have any additional? Councillor Duncan?
Over the course of our progress on the MDP review, there's been, I think, a fair bit of confusion out there about what would pertain to the MDP and what would pertain to the land use bylaw. And I'm just wondering if you have any sense of where the public is with that. It says, if you look at the MDP and what we've proposed, it can look like some major changes there, but a lot of those will be, I guess, for lack of a better word, mitigated or, the full extent of those is still yet to be determined. And I don't know if the public is truly aware of this. And I think a lot of the unease out there at this point is that they're not sure what will happen with the land use bylaw too, or if it will be the same process as the MDP review.
Mr. Reyes?
You're correct, Councillor Duncan. There was some confusion out there regarding the two processes, but we tried to educate people along the way and try to explain to them that this is a really overarching policy document that will guide the county's future over the next 20 years, but more details were going to be provided when the land use bylaw was reviewed. But we tried to educate people and try to establish the difference.
Go ahead, supplemental. Councillor Duncan?
I'm also assuming then that what you have presented today is the public's first view of what we did here with some of these comments, or have you been doing any individual responses to people as they made comments on this?
Sometimes we have, sometimes we haven't, because the purpose was basically just to listen to them and provide that feedback to you.
Just before we go on to other questions, on the table, as I recall, the Taxpayers Association put together some type of survey. Was their information incorporated into this table? Because I know they did send it in. Mr. Reyes?
No, I don't think that was included. I think that was a separate document that was presented to council.
Okay, I do remember seeing it, but that's separate from this.
That's
then.
correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Lang?
So my question has to do with feedback regarding the number of subdivisions out. That was a hot topic, whether the third be allowed. And about midway through the process, I was kind of under the understanding that it was sort of a split, about 50-50. Thought it was a great idea, and the other 50 was opposed. Has that percentage changed?
I would say that number is pretty accurate, Councillor Lang.
All right, other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Could I ask what the sort of next steps would be in the approval of a draft MDP by council?
Yes,
If you have
Councillor
a plan
Duncan.
to
Yeah,
that.
the way I see it is that we're going to, given the election that's coming along, then we're going to provide all the information that we collected and present it to the new council and look for some further direction.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments with regard to next steps? It was actually on my mind as well. So you don't have a timeline on that, do you?
No, we don't. It will be up to the new council.
Okay. All right, if there's no other questions, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve Vandermeer that council receives the Municipal Development Plan Public Engagement Summary Report 2021 for information as presented. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Reyes and Mr. Beeson, sorry, for your presentation. That brings us to 5.2, Nordegg Discovery Center exhibit. Yay!
So Amanda will be presenting this item, yeah.
All right.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, and it's great to see this coming back.
I know, I'm so excited. We are very lucky to be working with the Hatley Group. This is a group of, actually mostly ladies, who have the most museum experience that I know of in the province. And Andrea Thatcher, who is one of the founding members, she was the director of the Alberta Museums Association for about 8 years. So over the next year and a half, we'll be working with them and with the community. And I'm really excited about the way they've laid out this project, because they've been very intentful in making sure that it's holistic and sustainable. So it's going to look at the business practices of running the exhibit, as well as how the exhibit can enhance the community as a whole. So our next steps are, we've created an internal project team, and they will be helping to get it started. And then from there, we will be consulting with the community, and there's multiple community engagements involved with this. So we'll be developing a project and a display that hopefully will last us a good 10 years or so, and will really provide the community with what they want and the visitors to the area.
I noticed that there is a great visual on page 88 of 110. If we could go to that, it shows exactly all the steps. I thought it was very well laid out and easy to follow. I'm really excited for the kickoff meeting. So it'll be interesting to see who those stakeholders are that are going to be involved. But yes, that's the great little visual of what all we're going to be doing.
Yeah, and it's really awesome too, because these ladies have been working virtually since their inception. So one of the founding members lives in Calgary and one lives in Edmonton. So they know all the tools and all the tricks and how to get people engaged, and they have, a wealth of knowledge and experience that we can use.
All right, before we move on to more discussion, the motion would be that council receives the Nordegg Discovery Centre Exhibit Renewal Project Report for information as presented. Councillor Lang. All right, further discussion and questions, comments? Councillor Lang.
Amanda, I've had questions thrown at me. Some of the artifacts that were there, that were displayed and also stored in the basement, are they at Glenbow, or where are they at right now?
No.
And I've got more questions regarding them.
This has been a rumor that's been haunting me. Nothing has left the community. Everything is in storage. We had to move things out of the building as the repairs were being done. So some stuff is in the basement, some stuff is upstairs, some stuff is still in the same room, and other things have been moved into another storage facility in Nordegg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so nothing has gone anywhere.
Well, I'm kind of relieved to hear that. So, yeah, I've heard that it's been sent to Glenbow and that we might have a hard time getting it back, and et cetera,
nothing.
et cetera. Okay,
Not one
perfect.
item.
Thank you.
So folks, if you're listening, nothing's left the community. You've heard it here. Okay. Now, hopefully that helps with the rumor mill.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? So I did look through here, and I did note that we are going to be putting together a kickoff meeting and figuring out who the stakeholders are. Mm-hmm. How do you see that sort of transpiring, and kind of a timeline around that kind of initial get-going phase?
So the kickoff meeting will just be with our internal committee.
Okay.
And then from there, we will identify some key stakeholders that we know. These are people who are very vocal about what's going on out in Nordegg and have been in touch and contact with me before in the past, and I know will be interested. And some of those stakeholders will also be people that may not live in the community anymore, but have a wealth of knowledge that we can call upon to help us.
Mr. Reyes?
Yeah, if I could add something, Madam Chair. As part of this exercise, we're also going to be looking at commemorating the mural that was removed. So that will be part of the discussion too, to see if we're going to have a separate display, maybe a separate wall, a separate
Yeah.
display to show how we're going to recognize that mural.
Councillor Lang?
Has there been thought to consider replacing the mural back on the wall? I've heard from many members of Nordegg, they'd like to see it back up on the museum.
Yeah, we have considered that, and we will do it in a way that it is better protected. So not directly on the building, but on something that will go on the building. And potentially too, we could move its location on the building somewhere where it's more photographable. Like we've spoken about having something put on the back side of the building where the deck is, because then people can stand in front of it and take a picture, and it's a little bit more accessible. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I was out west on Friday and I seen the outside of the building and it looks fabulous with the new siding that's on it and everything else. So yeah, I like your idea about having that mural accessible, ground level, and where people can really engage with that. And I like the process that you've outlined as far as engagement and the community buy-in, and I'm pretty sure that as the Nordegg continues to develop, you're going to get more engagement over the next few years as well.
Yeah.
All right. If there's no other questions, we have a motion from Councillor Lang that council receives the Nordegg Discovery Centre Exhibit Renewal Project Report for information as presented. Seeing no other questions or comments, those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. This is very exciting. And Mr. Reyes, it's great to have the MDV report in front of us and this Nordegg Discovery Centre exhibition renewal project in front of us. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next on both projects. Okay, thank you. That brings us to the office of the CAO. We have a notice of motion, that's 6.1. Mr. Reid.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and Council. Yes, so in response to the September 14th, 2021 notice of motion by Councillor Swanson that Council directs administration bring the final report of the regional governance study with a presentation from the consultants at the October 12th, 2021 regular meeting. Administration has confirmed that the consultant, Pierre Shuchuk, from Nichols, is available to attend Council's meeting virtually, speaking of chairs, and to present the report. And just on a side note, the final report will also go to the Town of Rocky Mountain House Council on that same date and the Village of Caroline on the 14th. The Regional Governance Steering Committee would be disbanded upon each council's receipt by resolution of the consultant's final report. And if there are any questions?
Just kind of before we move on to questions, so we're looking for a motion that council directs administration to bring the final report of regional governance study with a presentation from the consultants at the October 12th, 2021 regular meeting. Councillor Swanson? All right, then we can open the floor up for discussion. And I wouldn't mind leading off with, do we have a plan in place to do a joint media release from all three councils?
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
I believe it's already drafted, but yes.
Okay, great. Other questions or comments? Wow, we're getting off light today. That's great. That being said, we have a motion on the table from Councillor Swanson that council directs administration to bring the final report of the regional governance study with presentation from the consultants at the October 12th, 2021 regular meeting. Seeing no other questions or comments, those in favor? That is carried. Well, we'll look forward to seeing that at our next meeting. That brings us to reports. 7.1, CAO's report. Mr. Reid.
Thank you again, Reeve Laird and Council. So the first item is just a reminder for everyone in the room and also anyone watching, and tell a friend, all sorts of games you might play with spreading this information. The October 8th is the deadline for interested county residents to submit applications for the following board committee positions. We have one member and one alternate for Ag Service Board. We have one member for the Caroline District Recreation Ag Society. We have one member for the Central Alberta Economic Partnership. We have 3 members, including an acreage resident, a farm resident, and a student for the Clearwater Land Care Board. Clearwater Heritage Advisory Board needs a member. The Municipal Planning Commission needs 2 members. The North Saskatchewan Recreation Board needs 1 member. The Raven Recreation Board needs 1 member. The Rocky and District Recreation Parks Community and Service Board needs 1 member. The Rocky Senior Housing Council needs 1 member. And finally, the Subdivision Development Appeal Board needs 1 member. All of these positions are advertised on the county's newsletter and website, local publications, and social media since September 20th. And we, at this time of printing, only have 2 applicants for the myriad positions I listed. So if you know of anyone or if there are any interested residents listening, the benefit, of course, to your fellow county residents is manyfold, and we do support these volunteer positions with some form of assistance. So please go to the website for more details. And do I keep going, or?
We certainly can. I was just thinking along the lines of, I guess the town crier can get out and let us know we're looking for some community champions to help us with these boards and to put their ideas forward. We look forward to seeing the names that come forward, and I'm hoping on the campaign trail, everybody's reminding folks how important these boards really are. They keep our vitality alive and well. Mr. Reid.
Item 2, in recognition of National Day for Truth and Reconciliation on Thursday, September 30th, staff are invited to join me in the facility in all of our buildings, actually, in wearing an orange shirt. Orange Shirt Day began in 2013 in Williams Lake, British Columbia, just across the Rockies there, to commemorate their residential school experience, to witness and honor the healing journey of survivors and their families, and to commit to the ongoing process of reconciliation. And there are, of course, a series of events that residents and council may be interested in, and that information, they are free. That registration for those events is free. And we've attached an article written by Roy Pogorzelski on how to honor, recognize, and acknowledge the support the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation for additional information.
And thank you to staff, Tracy Lynn, for our little orange t-shirts that we're supporting, and I even tried today to get on with the plan, so well done, thank you.
And item 3, just a heads up, Clearwater County is applying for provincial grants to host administration and land use planning interns under the Municipal Internship Program in 2020. This program is Canada's largest and longest running program of its kind. It's a partnership between the participating municipality and the Alberta Municipal Affairs, and provides support to municipalities, planning service agencies to build capacity in the municipal sector. And the internships will be 18 months in length, with grants provided to assist with the cost to support them. And of course, we see on our horizon and in our current living that there's definitely gaps that we can fill and opportunities to share the municipal experience with interns, while they also benefit us with the great work that they have typically done. And this municipality has been a proud, long-standing supporter of that program, and I'm really pleased that we may continue that.
All right.
And that's it.
Other questions or comments for Mr. Reid with regard to his report? Seeing none, I want to thank you for putting some additional information on Truth and Reconciliation Day. I think we're all trying to best understand, and I think that's the real gift here.
And as you and I have discussed before, Reeve Laird, Roy Pogorzelski there did comment that I believe, if I get this correctly, that the Cree word for knowledge actually translate directly as the path to knowing. And you know, that's where we are. We're nowhere near understanding everything we need to understand, but we are on a path.
All right. That takes us to the broadband report, 7.2.
And the broadband report, thank you again, Reeve, Laird, and Council. So the broadband report, there's obviously some action happening now with Council's approval and with successful tenders. We have begun a large portion of work. So we have, you know, the quick facts there, 60 kilometers of fiber drilled and plowed, 300 plus crossing agreements executed, 20 vaults have been placed, and this is all being done through 6 separate construction contracts. We're preparing for the 2 point of presence shelters in Nordegg and Caroline. Great photo there showing where one day there will be something, but right now just that sort of bare land for both of those sites. The design build RFP for fiber to the home in the Ferrier area in response to the most recent motion from council. We have had some sincere interest, and that EOI is scheduled to close on the 30th, which is only 2 days from now. And the goal there was to move quickly, and we shall see what kind of response we get. We have had one request to possibly extend, so that discussion is ongoing. And the Ferrier POP, the ground grid has been installed, and just that tower is going to go up later in the autumn here. The council may remember, of course, that purchasing early, and I'll use the phrase early and often, but what I meant is early and in bulk, created quite a bit of savings on material, and we've been stockpiling that, but now we're seeing, like it says here, 46 reels out of conduit and 24 reels of fiber, so a lot of movement here. It's actually on the ground, I should say in the ground, and that next photo, of course, is some of the machinery showing just how that trencher works. And continuing on for our main POP, just down the street here, in the Emergency Services Building Yard, that process is ongoing as well, that project rather. You can see that some demising walls have begun to be installed. And also the new entryway for the Emergency Services Yard. And I think that's about it for now. Are there any questions?
All right. Opening the floor for many questions, I suspect. This is very nice, and seeing photos is very helpful. It's great to have progress after just about 4 years. It's wonderful. Councillor Swanson.
A question in regards to the fiber to the home, to the Ferrier area. In the RFP, is it requested that the fiber be dropped to the property line, or is it directed directly onto the property?
This is fiber to the home. So what we're going for is to get that fiber right to the premises.
Subsequent?
Oh, go ahead, supplemental.
Supplementals. So with that, how are we finding out of the uptake? Is there been a survey gone through the community, and is there any costs involved with that?
So first question, has there been a survey? No, we have not. And so the intent of this RFP going out so quickly, you will remember that the request was as quickly as feasible, right, the wording. And so what we've done is tried to draw a very strong line between what we're doing on the county side, and then everything else is included in the contract tender. So the request for proposals being more open-ended than a specific, give us this exact service for this exact kilometers, is part of that. So the proponents will include what they expect, or what they've already done, or what they intend to do. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes.
All right, other questions or comments? I think we're just taking it all in.
Sure.
Now, it is very good to see. I actually have a question with regard to the knock. It looks like it's progressing clearly. Do we have an idea of when it'll actually be operational?
No, but we do have the expectation that that information will be included in the next broadband report. So we're hopeful that they will continue apace. As with any contract and tendering process, as long as they have all their materials, then they will continue to work. Our intention is to have that done in this calendar year, but there's no guarantee.
Well, once again, COVID strikes.
And I might have misspoken just there when I said this calendar year, because in my mind I was going to spring. So even I'm not clear, but we will have a clarity for the next broadband update, absolutely.
Okay, and that next update would come when?
1 month, so.
In 1 month?
Yeah.
So.
It'll be
Next
new
council,
council.
new
That's
council.
correct.
As part of that, and maybe we can touch on it in a minute, there's gonna be orientation around this. So if they're getting this report, they're gonna have a pretty steep learning curve.
Correct, and as part of our orientation program that we're developing, or almost is completed for new council, the orientation for broadband is its own separate item, and it will be in depth, certainly depending on the ratio of change, but regardless, the new members will have that, as you say, steep learning curve, and we'll support them along the way.
Okay, Councillor Hoven.
Mr. Reid, could you go over the process for this RFP and timelines for it and decision-making? What decisions will the council have to make in the future about this RFP?
Well, so the intention, because this is a quick process, we're trying to be as fast as possible. So what we are doing this next week, depending on if there's an extension requested by the proponents, but we'll be doing the evaluation of the proposals as we receive them to see what aligns well with what council's requested.
Okay.
Because this is a contentious issue, we on administration had intended to bring those back to the 14th meeting for council's review and, in essence, approval. That step is not sort of necessary at this time. However, given this issue's prominence, it seemed like an excellent step for us to bring it back to you as the council to see what has been proposed. And of course, due to non-disclosure, that may end up being in camera, but you will be privy to any decision before it's actioned.
Was there any financial numbers given in that RFP? Like, was there any?
Wide open, and that's part of how we will be evaluating it. I believe there are 5 components for evaluating each submission. What they can do, how much the cost, what their time frame is, some reference to what they've done in the past that could support this type of work, things like that. So it's wide open though. That line we tried to draw as best we could on our short time frame allows the proponents to really propose anything they wanted to that they felt met the intent of what we were asking for. So the evaluation process will be different for everyone, but with the same 5 factors.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions or comments with regard to the broadband update? All right, seeing none, that takes us to the Public Works report.
Thank you again, Reeve, Laird, and Council. It's Christopher Reid, CAO. You may be getting tired of my voice, but again, I'll be summarizing this. I won't be reading it verbatim. Gravel roads continuing to mitigate areas of concern through each beat. Right now, we are taking aggregate out of Larsgaard and Smith. Patch graveling is going from Bull Hill Pit. We expect both the summer and patch graveling programs to finish end of October, weather dependent, of course. Patching on surface roads and SB 90 dust suppressions continue as weather and as needed. Line painting update isn't much changed, although there has been some delineators painted, but not the lines themselves. So we are getting some impact. And council, I will, just a reminder that last meeting you asked whether or not there were savings to be had, and I'll publicly state by us not doing it in the fall and becoming first on the list for the spring. And just to publicly close the loop there, first of all, us being first in the spring part by not getting it in the fall doesn't work that way. We kind of are at the whim of the contractors and their schedule as they progress around the province. So and even Western Canada. So we don't get to say, don't put us on now, do us first in the spring. That's not really an option given the scheduling. And secondly, from a cost perspective, while we would possibly save money by not doing it now, not being able to guarantee the spring means it would be another worsening of the conditions. And so from a safety perspective, we just do not want to do that at all. And so as soon as we can get those lines painted, we will, and it will mean a safer winter for us all. And hopefully we can well, it's not our problem to solve, but hopefully the supply problems mean it gets done sooner next season as well. Moving on to maintenance. So lots of contracts on a variety of roads. Lots of great work getting done, and the weather, of course, did help in several cases. And finishing up with the Welcome to Clearwater County highway signs are currently in production. So we have guaranteed that they are actually being made, and we anticipate end of November at the latest. Solid waste and recycling services. So continuing on with cell 2, not a huge update there. The utilization update, you will recall again, one of your questions last meeting was 9,000 seems like a lot when we only have about, 6,000 residents, right? So we did put the bracket back in. This was the first report where we didn't include that little bracketed phrase, which represents about 4,500 houses. Many residents chose to take 2 for each sort of vehicle or what have you. The stats on non-regional and regional cards haven't changed. The extended hours that began on July 13th have been well received, and we had originally planned to have those end on the 30th. However, we're still getting some good volume, so the 30th will be an evaluation day, and we will tell you when the end will be based on the stats from this month in essence. If it's still getting good usage, we will keep serving the residents as best we can.
Just before you move on, Councillor
Absolutely.
Lang.
Regarding those extended hours, has the signage, where are we at with the signage? I was up there the other day and it's still not reflecting the extended hours.
Excellent question, and I also went to check on myself to see if that sign has been put up, and we will get that up. I will say it'll be up by the end of tomorrow, but at the end of this week at the latest, so that it is on the sign for the next extended day. And I'm just quickly making a note that I committed something there. Gravel road rehabilitation. The crew is working Range Road 4-5. Again, you can see how the weather is really helping in these photos. You know, we don't have giant puddles. We don't have giant ruts to contend with. We have had some condensation, and that's been good as well. It's been a nice summer. And then if you look at 6-5, you know, that to me is a great picture showing just what our roads can look like when we get it right. Which, by the way, when I say that, it's almost like we don't get it right. We almost always. There hasn't been a case that I've found where we didn't get it right, and I'm really impressed with the way the crew gets this stuff done, and the contractors. So another pad for another broadband connection point picture. Final cleanup on 6-0. 5-1, signs are ordered, seeding is scheduled. It may be already done, I couldn't verify that. Base pave for River Road, I inspected this myself yesterday. looks like an excellent job was done, and also the traffic flow is far more logical and a safer situation. So I'm really happy that with the work that was done there. Leslieville East, completed, final inspection done about 2-3 weeks early, I think, yeah.
I will say, with regard to the Leslieville East Road towards Withrow, the community is delighted with it.
Good.
The dust has obviously become an issue. I forwarded some concerns, and I think we'll just have to make sure that we manage any gravel or any hauls that's happening on that road.
Yeah.
Just because I have driven it, it's quite a bit of dust for the time being. I have reassured them that it is a means to the end, that in 2023, the plan is, unless it changes, to pave it, so.
Unless it changes, that's correct. And that strategy, by the way, of letting it, let's say, get used and settle for that complete year is an excellent strategy, again, supported by the strength of our roads. So Spate Road, line painting, signs and delineator installation begins this week. So another successful finish there. And now we move to Nordegg, continuing work there. I'll highlight just those photos. For those of you that don't get to go to Nordegg regularly, including myself, it's great to see the culture of that community is starting to be shown through that infrastructure. And I really think that's going to be a big step forward. You will have heard that we are, I think, at 7 Elizabeth Ave lots sold now, completed sales. So it's starting to take root. And, again, at risk of sounding too supportive, I will congratulate council and the staff on taking that project fully. You didn't go what we might call halfway on that project. You really are trying to say, here's what we want this community to look like and be, and it's taking root. I'm really, really happy to be a part of that. Nordegg Trail, very exciting recreational opportunity from being done by SureSpan and some of our crew work. Some Leslieville Fire Training Tower. This is going to be a real great addition to our region, and I know that the service is looking forward to, the members are looking forward to being able to what they consider play, but is of course very valuable training. And that facility, once it's done, is going to be incredibly useful. And I would like to thank Clearwater County's beautiful sky for providing an excellent background almost every day since I've been here, but in these photos, there's some great sky in these photos. And of course, the reminder about road bans, those highlighted ones still on. And any questions, I'll do my best.
All right. Open the floor to questions with regard to the Public Works report. That was very thorough, thank you. So thorough, there's no questions perhaps? Okay. Do you need another moment at all, or are we good? Councillor Lang, I see you're flipping. Are you good? Okay. Very well. That takes us to Councillor Reports. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan. I know that you did forward us a report, and you are certainly taking a page out of the Public Works because you included photos. So thank you for that. You're an overachiever, my friend.
Okay, thank you. And I just did want to highlight for council that, give you a visual on some of the work we've been doing, especially on the trail stuff, that these are, we're doing our best to provide some very high quality trails and using construction techniques that will last a long time and hopefully reduce the maintenance on these trails and bridges as well, that they will stand up to a lot of public use. The Meadows Trail itself, I know the Sunday of the long weekend, some of the guys were doing some signage work there, and 25 side-by-sides went by while they were doing that, so we're already seeing some high use down there. The last time I did talk to Alberta Environment Parks, I brought it back up again, and they agreed we need to look into it, that we're also going to have to start looking at providing camping areas in some of these places as well. There's, the Meadows is an example where there just aren't too many places that are suitable for camping there. We do have the Rough Creek staging area, which has held up to 60 units, which is pretty crowded, but we will look at that as well. There are options, on old lease sites or clearings that can be, with the addition of perhaps even just an approach and a culvert, get people off the road and into a nice place to camp that's not anywhere near some facility or that's going to jeopardize anybody's safety at all. So looking forward to phase 2 on that one especially. And hoping to do some work this fall on that even.
Okay, other questions or comments for Councillor Duncan?
Residents are ecstatic about the Spate Road, and several have said they stopped and did a little tap dance on the road too. It's changed that road dramatically. That is a busy road even yet with traffic and oil field hauling and many pickup trucks travel that road every, just the ones that don't qualify for our road use agreements or our dust control, all those 1 tons and service vehicles that go up and down that road are now leaving the residents dust free along there. And the road itself is in a bit of a valley, can get really held in with dust that lingers on the road. So thank you very much, Council. That's been well received.
It's going to create a safer environment out there for sure. That brings us, if there's no questions for Councillor Duncan, that brings us to Councillor Lougheed.
Just very briefly, because I did touch on the Parkland Regional Library earlier on today, but we did meet virtually on September the 16th, and there was 42 participants in that virtual session. Went through the budget, and they worked really hard to try and keep the budget static so that we didn't have to put any increases in requisition. So they've shifted some of their marketing efforts. Some of the salaries and benefits have been reduced by not filling a position. And they've shifted some money into the IT section because of service upgrade, so they can serve the libraries better through that. And ultimately, I guess there was some discussion around whether the libraries would stay open on the upcoming federal statutory holiday, and most of the libraries are going to be open, and they hope that's a good way to allow people to access information around truth and reconciliation. And that's it for me.
All right, any questions for Councillor Lougheed? Seeing none, we'll go to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Thank you. Report, we had the CAPE Board of Directors meeting on September 15th, and the work that's being done at CAPE is very well supported by the membership at this point in time, particularly the work on the corridor or corridors and the intermodal hub that could emerge in central Alberta. We will also have some form of orientation for new councillors who may be interested in being representatives on the CAPE board. We'll publish that a little later here. And also, later this afternoon, I've been invited to participate with the other REITs throughout Alberta. An invite from Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, Doug Schweitzer, to discuss the current state of Alberta's business community at this point in time, and also input on the government's response to COVID-19. So I think that'll be an interesting discussion. That's all I have to report.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Seeing none, I'll move over to Councillor Lang.
So the communities I've been involved with in the last 2 weeks with senior housing and FCSS, Rocky Community Learning Council. With senior housing, we've accepted a couple of proposals for tenders to reinforce the trusses in the attic that need to be need to be redone. And also, we accepted a bid for, to put cement out front to kind of move the water away from the building. It's kind of the water's been pooling around the building and that needs to be taken care of. So those two contracts have been put forward and the cement is done. I'm not sure if the truss work is completed yet or not. Also, annually, we do inspections of the units, and I was involved in inspections with Columbus House and Acton House. So I think by the end of this week, the inspections will be done. We've had a team. I know the Columbus House, there's 4 of us, so we all took on about 7 units and got through that fast. With FCSS and Rocky Community Learning Council, the big topic is Alberta Health Services recommendations and option A and option B, and what are the organizations going to do? Are they going to kind of force vaccinations for their employees or not? And so far, committees have been tending to go towards option B, and that's status quo with masks and the distancing. So that's about it.
Councillor Hoven?
The one thing that I wish to share with council was we had the Community Futures meeting, and the most shocking thing from that meeting was just the devastation that COVID has had on the small business community. Not just COVID, but also the restrictions put on by the provincial government. The meeting was fairly depressing because it was just, this business is bankrupt, this business is bankrupt, this one is no longer operating. And it is a devastating time for our small businesses.
Councillor Swanson?
On September 16th, the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group had their Zoom meeting. They had one in person and then back to Zoom. There is going to be a new executive director start. Keith Ryder is retiring, and the new one is Mr. Rudy Friesen. He is the CEO of the Village of Cremona, and he will be kind of doing double duty. He's been blessed by his council to perform this as well. And he starts November 1st. There was 4 people that are not returning, and so a couple of them were mayors of Sundre and Black Falls that are not returning. And the longest standing member at large, Mr. Al Campbell from Red Deer, he is no longer, that was his last meeting, so it was a bittersweet farewell for him. So, but anyways, they're looking to do more partnership with the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance and some more advocacy in regards to water licensing. And I also, on September 17th, I went to the first home game of the Rocky Rams, Junior B, and I brought greetings on behalf of the county that evening, of which the outcome was a win for our own Rocky Rams, so that was a good evening. There was probably, with the new restrictions, there was probably about 250 people in the stands, so they had a good turnout with that evening, so, and that's it.
All right, if there's any questions for Councillor Lang, Hoven, or Swanson? Seeing none, I forwarded my report to you early this morning. The only real highlight that I bring to your attention is, and I already have, is I have the budget ready to hand off to Mr. Reid for the Rocky Mountain House Library with a 1.5% increase, which you'll see as part of our budget process. Westview Lodge continues to have a number of vacancies, 22. The rest, you received that report from Councillor Lang. I attended the Fire Safety Codes Council meeting, and the National Wildlife Urban Interface Guide is going to be released shortly, and we'll see how that interplays with the Alberta Urban Interface Guide. And they had a really amazing presentation from Fire Smart Alberta regarding opportunities to enhance land use and planning documents. It may be, and I'm happy to hand the name off to Mr. Reid and his staff for a future council meeting presentation, because the level of opportunity for doing more training and learning on this is really good, and it was a very good presentation. Beyond that, it was sort of business as usual. So if there's any questions, happy to answer them. If none, we're looking for a motion to accept our reports as presented. Councillor Duncan?
And just one question, if I may. Sorry to, and either for Councillor Hoven or Deputy Vandermeer. We all, like the devastation to the small businesses, and are there any, solutions coming forward, or like that could be brought forward from CAPE or through organizations like Community Futures that are trying to address this? I just don't see the solutions out there. There's just so many businesses that just can't provide a service because they can't do it virtually, and there's no way to get around this.
Councillor Hoven?
I know Community Futures is set up as a way for small business to get loans. And, with their mandate, that would be their only solution, to lend more money to more individuals. The hardest part of that meeting was, it's not just a business that failed, it's a family that took on $200,000 worth of debt, and the business is gone, the revenue's gone, but they're stuck with that debt. Families having to sell homes and do something else because the business failed. It truly was a devastating meeting to attend. So for solutions, it has to be something more than just throwing more money at the problem. And I don't have one at this point.
All right. Other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan, did you have a supplemental?
Just
Yes.
Comment, it just seems that there will be no solution to the small business problems until COVID is gone. If you can't go to a business, if the business can't open, can't provide a service because of the pandemic being on, there just does not seem to be a solution until we get past this.
All right. Councillor Lang?
Have been on Community Futures in the past, and for those councillors that don't know, Community Futures is a way to get loans when traditional means you can't get a loan through traditional methods like through the banks. So these people that are trying to start a small business, they're putting up their homes and other items, personal items, as I guess credit to collect if the loans fail. So yes, it would be very difficult for those that are going through Community Futures.
All right. If there's no other questions or comments, we're looking to have a motion to accept the reports as presented. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried. Well, we have been warriors this morning. It's 10:24, and I think it's a good opportunity to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and do item 8, which is correspondence. All right, it is 10:34 and we are bang on a 10-minute break. Yay us, we are efficient today. We must be wanting to get out into the fields shortly, I can tell, because we are all trying to do harvesting. So that being said, that takes us to item 8.1 in correspondence. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Reeve, Laird, and Council. So the first item of correspondence is from the City of Red Deer, and it is an entire advocacy kit for ambulance dispatch. And you may recall that in the past, you have contemplated this item, and we, with ambulance being a provincial responsibility, we, as a municipality, don't have a lot of data to add, but should council wish to participate in this level of advocacy, just let administration know and we will make it happen.
Councillor Duncan.
And I didn't read it yet, but I think Tracy sent out some information about our upcoming RMA Central Zone meeting. There is a resolution coming forward to this effect on EMS with that, so there will be some advocacy coming forward that we will be able to discuss at that conference in October 15th, I believe.
I think that they're similar but slightly different veins. Those are a resolution to this. This is strictly about the dispatching challenges that's happened because of the centralized dispatching. The other resolution that Wheatland has put forward and we're seconding on is the way that the ambulances are being managed through dispatch. Like I said, they're similar, but they're slightly different. Because what's happening currently now to rural Alberta is they'll go out on a call to pick up somebody who's having a really bad day. They put them in the ambulance. They get sent to a metropolitan center because it's serious enough, say Red Deer, Edmonton, Calgary, wherever. And then they get caught in the system of the metropolitan center. So what happens is our rural ambulances end up getting dispatched then all over. We'll say they go to Calgary, they'll be all over Calgary and Airdrie and that area and can't seem to get back out of that area. And it's depleting our rural access to emergency care. So similar, but a little bit different, if that helps at all. Councillor Duncan?
It does. I guess I just don't see how having a dispatch centralized back in Red Deer would stop that. They'd still be at the whim of the system.
Absolutely, that's why I said they're similar but different veins. Mr. Reid?
My apologies, I
No,
just
that's
didn't turn
quite
my
all
mic
right.
off, sorry.
But, yeah, and I would suggest that perhaps this particular, I see it as an entire presentation forwarded to Ms. Haight from probably, it looks like the emergency services, and Mr. McMullen might be, or his designate might be best suited to give a council presentation, so we would better understand what it is they're really asking for. That might be a way forward. Mr. Reid, I see that you had a thought.
My only thought is that, yeah, if you tell us what you'd like us to arrange, then we will arrange it. We don't have a lot to add in our perspective, right? We can't give you the stats on how many of these items are actually occurring. So the place like RMA where you're advocating as a whole group and you're able to get the province to respond in a much more detailed fashion is perhaps the right place or a more successful place to do this.
All right, other questions or comments to this information packet? All right. I don't know that if we don't want a presentation, that's fine. If we do, I guess I'll do the, if you want it, thumbs up. Everybody's sort of thinking, no, not at this time? Okay. That brings us to 8.2.
So this letter from Town of Sundre is supporting Town of Claresholm regarding the importance of continuing to keep the council code of conduct bylaw requirement as a legislative requirement. Again, if council saw this as a high priority item, then tell us your wishes and we could respond.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Duncan.
No, for myself, I would think that each council can still choose if they want to have a code of conduct, and I think that's, for the most part, the choice that most councils will make now anyway. And, it's just, I don't think the oversight from municipal affairs is really all that necessary. I think everybody will get to a code of conduct that suits their council, and for the most part, everybody, I think, used the templates that were provided anyway on a provincial basis, and most codes of conduct are quite similar. So.
All right, that brings us to 8.3.
And this is another piece of correspondence commenting on the retroactive pay that was just announced and whether or not that would be downloaded to municipalities. And so if council wished to write a similar letter, then let me know.
Any thoughts on this newest information? My understanding is that there was not much previous kind of warning for our urban neighbors that they were going to be given this very large invoice, quite frankly, for this retroactive pay, and that they needed to suddenly come up with the dollars. When in speaking with the town, it really caught them off guard. So I can appreciate why they're looking, our urbans are looking for rural support on this. So, Councillor Lang.
I guess I just want to say I'm quite surprised at this, because over the years I know in the healthcare profession, there's been times when there's had a retroactive pay, and they've never gone to municipalities for that. So I don't understand why they would come to municipalities for the RCMP. I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah. Councillor Duncan, and then I'll go to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I just wondered if the town of Rocky Mountain House has made a response back or not, and, would it be prudent for us to just even indicate our support for our closest urban neighbor that does pay for or for policing, that, not even in a separate letter, but if they would like a cosigner or something. I have not heard of anything, and don't pay enough attention to their agenda to know if that's part of their, any of their council packages in the last while.
Mr. Reid, perhaps there's an opportunity for you to reach out to Mr. Kraus and ask them if they have any intent of that. If there needs to be further discussion between Mayor Burke and myself, I'm happy to do that as well, because I do see that as being supportive to our neighbors, because this is it's going to have a significant impact to their current budget, especially given they were not prepared for it. Go ahead, Mr. Reid.
Only saying that I've made note to touch base with Rocky Mountain House, and I will get that answer to council as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I was just going to echo or support what Councillor Duncan had said. I think we should offer whatever support we can to our neighbor in this case. Thank you.
All right. The only other question is, would that have an impact to the Village of Caroline Mayor and Council? Councillor Hoven.
Clearwater County does not have a contract with the RCMP. So with the changes to the policing, we just wrote a check for about $400,000 up to the province. All municipalities over 5,000 people have a signed contract with the province. And part of the reason they were given the invoice for the overtime is because of that contract, and they're responsible for the municipal RCMP officers in the community. So the town would have received a request for that funds, because of that contract, and Clearwater County did not because we do not have a contract. The Village of Caroline, because they are under 5,000 people, do not have the contract. So they are in the same position as Clearwater, not the town.
All right, and thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure in case we needed to support the Village of Caroline as well. So it's great to have that clarification. I guess it pays not to have a agreement or contract in this particular event. If there's no other questions, Councillor Duncan?
And sorry, I meant to bring it up in my reports, and I just thought I could maybe update council a little bit on, we did receive that one correspondence the last time from the Alberta Fish and Game Association concerning elk hunts, and they call them elk preserves. So I have, my sister actually is involved with an elk farm. She has an elk farm and also is involved at the provincial level on some of their elk committees and et cetera that manage the sale of elk. And I dug into that a little bit more, and we definitely made the right decision. It's one of those items that come to us on correspondence, so we're never sure if we should take part or not. But what it actually pertains to is the creation of elk hunt farms in Alberta. There's a small portion of the membership of the Alberta, for lack of a better word, Elk Association that wants to have hunt farms approved in Alberta. They are approved in Saskatchewan, but so far Alberta, you know, at the provincial level even, and even among the membership, is, although it's somewhat divided, is still against having the hunt farms in Alberta, because there is really no way to manage this chronic wasting disease that's been fairly rampant in Saskatchewan. It's now crossed the border into Alberta and is involving some of the elk farms, which the Fish and Game Association in their letter was against even having the elk farms, but they are, you know, they're entrenched in our economy now. They're recognized as a legitimate farming business, not the hunt farms, but just the elk farms that are either for meat or for velvet production, et cetera. These farms in Alberta can ship animals to Saskatchewan and sell them to the hunt farms there. But it's a serious concern if these animals are allowed to be shipped the other way, or that hunt farms are opened up here, because on the hunt farms, there is really no way to control the animals. They're basically loose out there. And those hunt farms are the regular farms. They can run animals through the chute and test them. Actually, so I should back up on that. I'm not sure if there's a live test. There is only really a dead test for chronic wasting disease. And they are not, so any elk that is slaughtered in Alberta for meat is tested, and that carcass does not go anywhere until that test comes back negative. There is no requirement for that on hunt farms and all these farms, there is at some point, there's going to be contact between wild animals and the ones that are on the farms. And if hunt farms were approved, they could set up anywhere in the province. So there is a great fear that would hasten the spread of the disease across Alberta. And it's probably not in the best interest to have those hunt farms, especially out in some place like our area where there are significant wild elk populations. It just, you know, we're asking for trouble there. So just thought I'd update you guys, and then to understand that process better. And that was not, you know, the Fish and Game is definitely against that, but even within the elk associations themselves, that's a divided topic, and so far I don't think it will move forward from this point yet.
All right, thank you for that update. It's good to have that additional detail and understanding for potential future discussions. All right, if there's no other discussions with regard to correspondence, I'm looking for a motion to accept correspondence as information. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to item number 9, notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Going once, going twice. Done. All right, so no notices of motion today, which then brings us to the closed session. So I'm looking for a motion to go in camera at, 10:50. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, it is 1 o'clock and we are returning from a closed session. So just before we adjourn, there's just a few closing remarks. Again, always our continued thanks for our staff and for the efforts and support you've continued to provide. Today's council highlights and video are posted on our website. By way of reminder, our county office will be closed on Monday, October the 11th, 2021 for Thanksgiving. Our next regular council meeting is scheduled for October the 12th, 2021. And by now you should have received your election cards in the mail. And that's for our October 18th, 2021 election. And it is your opportunity to enhance our election process by registering to ensure that you are on the voters list. Just follow the instructions or on the back or contact our office. September 30th, 2021 marks the first National Truth and Reconciliation Day. That day honors the lost children and survivors of residential schools, their families and communities. Orange Shirt Day is an Indigenous-led grassroots commemorative day that honors the children who survived and remembers those that did not. On September 30th, we encourage all Canadians to wear orange to raise awareness of this tragic legacy. We're wearing our little t-shirts today, and we are reminded every child matters. We recognize that COVID-19 cases in our area are on the rise and that restrictions have to be fortified, and we ask you please to take appropriate precautions and stay safe. Thanksgiving Day is an opportunity to celebrate and give thanks for a successful year and our harvest. Barnes said, "We can always find something to be thankful for, no matter what may be the burden of our wants or the special subject of our petitions." We hope you and your family have a wonderful Thanksgiving and a safe and productive fall harvest. We're just looking for adjournment, a motion for that. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.